Hi, welcome back. So it is day 2. For those of you joining, I'm Erin. I like to make stuff, and so I have started this channel just to give me a space as a creative to show up and to work and to get work done. That's really something that I struggle with. And, you know, just having the opportunity to show up, to get work done, to work on something as a creative outlet, whether it's for my own personal artwork, for my business, for photography, or just for a fun project. So thank you for sharing this space with me. Hopefully it inspires you. If you want to craft or make something at the same time, if you just want to watch and kind of see how I go about making whatever it is I'm making, welcome. Welcome. So today is day 2 of some custom painted sneakers. So if you tuned in for the first time, this is a pair of Nike SB Dunk Lows, and I am using the inspiration of the HKS livery here to use this as the design that is inspiring the shoe design. So my husband actually designed the shoes. So it's a bit of a collab between the two of us because he is definitely the sneakerhead as well as he is the person, the car encyclopedia, as I like to put it. I have a funny story about that I'll circle back to. And then this is the original shoe that he designed. So I did a prototype of these that I will show you. So this is the prototype of those shoes on some highs, on some Jordan 1s. But I'm not a big fan of wearing high tops. So that is where this same inspiration and design I'm going to be putting onto this shoe. So last time sorry, it was super tedious, but I guess that's also part of the point of creating and making is sometimes things take a lot longer than you think. So, yeah, the last time I spent a decent amount of time taping. I definitely made a big no-no regarding not wearing a ventilator. So I will preface that in the future. If you are working with any chemicals, please protect yourself. Do not do as I did. Yeah, that was not good. So I will not make that mistake in the future. But yeah, so I've already stripped the paint and prepared them, and I already have my first layer of black. So I'm just gonna keep working today. So let's get to crafting. Okay. All right. I just gotta make sure I stay on camera here. So again, I am using Angelus brand paints, and I really love their paints, their leather paints for all of the custom shoes. I will add a link. So that way, if you're interested, you can go to their YouTube channel. They have so many great tutorials and so many great artists that are on there that are doing custom work. So I highly recommend that if you're a sneakerhead yourself, or if you just have like a cool pair of sneakers that you maybe want to paint and do something custom on yourself. So that is what I am using there. So yeah. Okay. And a little goes a really long way. So last time I used a little bit too much, but I don't really need so much. Really, I think just that amount right there, if I put it in a place that it can be seen, that's probably all I'm gonna need to do the next 2 coats. So I'm gonna do a total of 3 coats on the shoe. And on the black on black, it feels like it's a little difficult to see. So I'm gonna go ahead. Maybe this will make it easier. Yeah, that makes it a little bit easier to see what I'm doing, because right now the black on black definitely is making it a little difficult. So I will use the back side of my cutting board for that. So I said I would circle back to a fun story. So I called my husband a car encyclopedia because he kind of is, but I didn't know that for quite a while. We had already been together for 7 years, and he started a new job at a game company, and they were working on a car game. And lo and behold, I found out, he's kind of a car encyclopedia. There is so much that this guy, there's almost nothing, like no car, no anything that he doesn't know about or reference. I mean, he's not necessarily like a gearhead in terms of like, he can't talk, the mechanics necessarily. So it's not like, working on engines or anything like that. But most things about a car, he's kind of like an encyclopedia. So it was pretty cool. I think I always find that really interesting when you've known someone for so long and then you discover something new about them. Hopefully he discovers new things about me. But yeah, and then with that, I've always enjoyed cars. I've always really loved driving. I got my driver's license when I was 16, and I've always enjoyed driving. But with his knowledge, I definitely was exposed more to the car world, and I really have. I'm not a gearhead myself, and I don't know a ton, but I have a super appreciation. I definitely appreciate, I definitely love cars. I've gone to the track a couple times, and yeah, just overall really, really enjoy everything about racing and cars. So I never really thought what is your dream car? So I, kind of fun. I was approaching 30, and I had always really wanted, because I mentioned that I like driving. So I had received a crash course in how to drive a manual. As I was learning to drive, my dad has a manual. And so I remember, him taking me out, and he's like, hey, in case of emergency, in case you're ever in a situation where like you have to drive yourself home and you're in a situation where the only car is a manual, like I want you to know how to do that. So like I learned, but not well. I definitely was super nervous. I definitely would just stall out all the time. And if you put me on a road with other cars, I kind of would just have a panic attack. So, kind of just gave up that hope. But then I was hitting 30, and I was finally in a financial position and a job that allowed me to kind of get my first sports car. And I was determined to learn how to drive manual. And so I bought a manual 5-door Rally Blue WRX. And yeah, taught myself how to drive it. I mean, so I went to the dealership. I drove it well enough around the block to say, yes, please. My husband ended up driving it home since it was LA traffic. And I did not want to be in LA traffic for my first time, never having actually really driven a manual on the roads. But yeah, the next day, so then, we got back to kind of our home neighborhood. We found a industrial park that had a decent number of like stop signs and just wasn't busy because it was, after work at that point in time. So it was pretty empty. And I went and I practiced shifting in and out of first and into second and all of that good stuff. And then, the next day, drove myself to work. I did, however, stall out 3 times. One time going up and over a bridge. So, I definitely had moments of yikes and fear. But I survived it. And then I just slowly got better, and I think, I don't know, I go back to that experience a lot because, I think it speaks to fear that, I don't know about you, but I think we all have, in that I know for myself, there's many times something that I want to do, but maybe I've never done it before. And when you're doing something you've never done before, it can be really scary. You don't know if you're going to mess up. You don't know how it's going to go. You don't know the end result. Like there's just so many unknown factors. And, I think me learning how to drive a manual is a good example of that. Normally that's something that happens when you're younger, and I don't know, like it was a cool experience to do as more of an adult. Because it just kind of reminds me, like when I think about it, it reminds me of that if you kind of can just like push through the fear and realize like, look, I'm not in this instance, right? And this is not all instance, because sometimes fear is a really good gut instinct and it's there to protect us, right? So, we do have fear as part of our fight or flight. If it's not a life-threatening situation, I think leaning into that fear and asking yourself like, well, what's the worst that can happen? And then just kind of going for it and realizing that like we are pretty adaptable as humans, and there's so much that we can kind of figure out on the fly, and then just go for it and see what happens. I don't know. I feel like that was such a good growing experience. It was super fun, but also like it was a good personal growth experience for me to go through that. And I find like that lesson and kind of that life kind of thought, it translates to so many other things, even showing up here and doing these sneakers, right? Like I could have the mindset of, oh, I'm worried about, messing up this pair of sneakers that I bought, and, that's going to be money down the drain. What if they don't look good? Well, yeah, that's fear setting in. That's doubt. That's, you don't really know what it's going to be, but why not try it? Like, what's the worst that can happen? The worst that could happen is I jack up these shoes, I paint them black, and then I just have a pair of black Nikes. Like, that's the worst that can happen. You know what I mean? Yeah. So yeah, I taught myself how to drive stick with the help of my husband. And I really haven't looked back ever since. I really enjoy driving, and it actually served me well, because when we moved to Europe and lived there for a few years, they don't really have automatics there, and if you do rent an automatic, it's a little bit more expensive, and they don't actually drive as smooth. So it was very nice actually to be able to know how to drive manual, because it just made life living in Europe so much easier to be able to rent a car and drive if I needed to. Whenever I work with black, it's always kind of difficult to see what you're doing. Like I really have to pay attention, because once you add it and once it kind of gets a little wet looking before it dries, it's kind of hard to see what you've painted, and I don't want to put too many coats on. That's definitely one of the tips and best practices is don't do too many thick. Don't go too thick with your coats, and also don't do too many, because you don't want the leather paint to crack. So I definitely would say that working dark on dark, I really have to kind of just see. So the first set of HKS shoes customs that I did, I want to say I spent I don't know, maybe almost 40 hours on them, because I was doing the stencils for the most part by hand. I didn't have actual stencils. But this time around I do have stencils, and I'm going to show how I do that. I have some printed, but I will definitely show how I'm doing that. I had a very, very dear friend who was very kind, and when the pandemic hit, they ended up buying one of those Cricut, I think that's how you say it, Cricut printers, that they were using, and they found out that I was doing this, and they thought, oh, that could be helpful. So they were incredibly generous and kind, and provided me with one of the small printers to be able to play around and make some stencils. And I have to say, super easy to use, and it definitely, using stencils on shoes goes so much faster, especially if you're doing detail work. If you're just doing blocking, I think you can get away with making something out of tape. In fact, that's something I did on my first set of shoes. Is I made the stencil out of the same tape that I did the heel with, to be able to block it out and then freehand it. So the plan for today is to, on this right shoe, to complete the coats of black paint and get that going, and then to get the stencils, at least one layer of the stencils on. So based on the prototype, it's the green color that I will be stenciling first because that is the larger stencil pattern. So yeah, if today I can get the black on this shoe, as well as get the stencils laid, that will be good. If I'm feeling up to it, and I still have the time, I will start with my first coat inside the stencils to get that green poppin', which I love that green color, by the way. It's such a cool color. I'm really happy with the quality of these particular replicas that I got. They just have really nice detail work. Like the stitching is really good. The edges for painting, I'm not seeing a lot of like that. You know how sometimes like leather on the edges, it kind of has that balling effect. It doesn't have a lot of that. Some replicas that I've gotten have that pretty bad. These do not. So that's pretty good. My paint is definitely, it's running out fast, but I'd rather, I think, put too little out than too much, because I don't want to waste paint. I also don't want paint drying up that I'm not using. So yeah. You know, you don't want it drying out because then it doesn't go on as smooth. It's kind of like nail polish. You know, you don't want to leave your nail polish container open because then it starts to dry out and it doesn't apply as smooth. If you are applying nail polish, and have that as a reference point. So the last coat around the, where is it? Let me get it. So the last coat around the Nike logo that's stitched there, I'm going to use a finer tip, but this time around I just kind of lightly dabbed around it. But also too, that area was black on the original pair anyway, so kind of helpful. So it looks like a quarter size amount is probably sufficient for maybe half the shoe. So maybe a little bit more just to give you a sense. If you are buying paints, how much you'll need. I bought one of the bigger bottles because my husband designed a couple different shoes at one time. And so I knew black and white and some of the colors that I knew would be like a base color for the shoes that we were doing. I went ahead and bought the larger size. But their 1 ounce is also, it actually lasts a long time, especially if you're just doing a little bit and not using it as a base color. Yeah, I think I'm going back over the same side. This is what I mean by staying focused. I totally forgot that I was on the outside, on the inside, and I need to do the outside. Shoot. Okay, well, let's just make this even. I was wondering why there was so much black over here. it's because I'm going back over the same direction. So I'm just gonna kind of dry brush it a little bit to not have it so caked up. Okay. Yeah. Whoops. Whoops. Let's see if that's, I keep hitting the mic with my brush. I was a little concerned when I stripped this shoe because, you you never know what kind of leather or non-leather you're dealing with replicas. So, I was a little bit nervous because as I was preparing the shoe and kind of like stripping the paint and more paint was coming off, I was noticing that it feels very like good leather, but I'm starting to wonder, is there some kind of pleather on this shoe, or was the top layer of the leather just kind of treated in a way? So, but I am happy to see, and this is what I love about Angelus paints, is that it's definitely, any of these kind of like rough patches, it's definitely smoothing over, and it's looking really good. It's probably hard to tell that on camera, but I think that will not be a concern as I continue to add more layers and more coats to these shoes. And then the first coat, I already did the seams pretty decent. So when I go through the second and third coats, I don't really have to hit the seams as hard as the very first time. That's just kind of the technique that I use because it seems to work well for me. But I don't want the seams to have that really plasticky look because there's so much paint on them. I want them to maintain that rough kind of leather feel, which is why I hit it hard first. But then I don't hit it as hard then on the second and third coats and things like that. So if it looks like I'm going over it a lot, it's actually because when I say dry brush, I can show you. So when I say dry brush, it's that like I'm using the brush, but as the paint goes onto the shoe, the brush becomes drier and drier. And then I'm using the drier brush to then kind of continue to sweep the paint across the surface and out of those crevices. So that's what I mean when I say that I'm using like a dry brush. I'm not actually using a dry brush, but I'm using the brush to redistribute that paint so it doesn't sit in that crevice. And then same thing with the, like all the stitching, right? So the first time around, I tend to hit that a little bit harder so it gives a nice coat, but then I don't feel like I have to keep adding so much to those areas. And I think that'll become a lot more evident as I work on the different colors. Because again, I'll have it'll be a light background on a dark background rather than the other way around. So I think it'll be a little bit easier to see. I am really liking this extra flap on these SBs. Oh, lovely. I'm really liking this extra faux lace strap. I don't know if there's a technical term for that, but this extra flap that like kind of adds, yeah, I don't want paint all over my hands because as I touch things, I don't want to be, you know, putting paint where I don't want it. So that was an oops. Yeah, I'm really liking these. I like the extra detail. I also kind of like the structure that gives. I think it'll be like nice support for the shoe. Yeah, I like that. I like that detail a lot. What is it about like good design? It just works, you know? The simplest things are always the hardest, but good design, it always just works great. Okay. All right, so I think that is coat 1. I'm gonna clean my brush off, and then I'm just gonna hit it with a heat gun because I wanna speed up the process. So I just use a normal heat gun that you can get, whether you get it like online, at your local hardware, wherever you would get that. And then I just put it on low and kind of far away because you don't really want to, you know, I don't want to like overheat the leather or anything like that. And then I also just kind of move my paints out of the way because I don't want to be over drying my paint. If you ever do use a heat gun, remember this metal is now very hot, so don't put it on a surface that can heat up. So either hang it off of like a ledge of some kind if you can, or like in this case, I have a wire metal rack next to my workspace that I'm gonna be putting it on, but just be aware that it's very hot, and so you don't wanna like put it down on a piece of plastic or something else that can get damaged by it. Round 2, I guess round 3 when it comes to the paint. Round 2 for today. I'm just kind of feeling to make sure, you know, it's fully dry, see how it's feeling. I definitely see some irregularities. That's a hard word, irregularities. Like here in the heel area where when I was stripping off the paint before and the purple color, it left it a little raw, but I think with another coat and as I add everything else, it'll be fine. Okay, I'm going to start again with that toe box. And yes, making anything takes a long time. And I think that's something that I was just responding to a comment from my first stream from Kasim. So thank you for the comment on my first stream. Kasim, I really appreciate the support. But as I've been getting to know Kasim, I met online and through an online community, just like how much we have in common. And in terms of like, we've both kind of like used the same photographers as inspiration, or we both use like the same educational channels to learn how to use Photoshop and edit. And I think that it's so cool to meet people and to find, community and to find people that have kind of been in your own shoes. Hey, shoes, that's almost a dad pun, but yeah, I just won't go there. So like just in talking with him, what was I thinking? Like I just was kind of reflecting on, something he said of like, oh, he remembers doing something like this, like streaming in college. And I was like, man, I really miss my college years. So as an art major, being able to go into the studio, I was pretty much like any time of day I could go into the studio, day or night, and there almost always was somebody there and working. And it was just so great, to have people to like bounce ideas off of, but it also was really motivating to kind of just be in a space where somebody was always making something, and it kind of inspires you to make. And so, and that's something that I haven't really had since college, some of my girlfriends and I, we realized this close to leaving. And so we started and we ran like a nonprofit for a while to kind of help solve that problem of like, hey, give us a space that we can work and show like our artwork and have a place to work. And we ran it for a little while, but, eventually we dissolved the nonprofit because, other things took precedent. And, honestly, for myself, like I didn't know enough about like running a business and all of that to feel like it was sustainable. But I digress. But I think like for me, just showing up and working, is giving myself the permission and the space to just show up and create. I think is just something that I haven't had that kind of a space in a really long time. And I realized as I've been looking for that, you kind of have to make that for yourself. And like it's really easy to feel like you're not good enough. Like, at least for myself, it's so easy for me to feel like I'm not good enough. I don't want to share what I do because, it's not for the judgment piece of it. I mean, of course that's going to be there because you're putting yourself out there and things have changed, right? I'm not going into a studio where I know like the 20 people that work there. How do I show up? And as being online and meeting people that you've never met in person and might never meet in person happens, and being somebody who wasn't really raised with, like I'm a kid of the 80s. So, my childhood and connecting with friends was all about, you go over to their house and you knock on their door. Eventually, you save up, and maybe by the time you're in high school, you can get your own phone line. You have an answering machine. I never had a pager, but pagers were really big. Like, I wasn't one of the cool kids that had a pager. And all of a sudden, like here I am, like a young adult, I'm in college, I'm starting my career in the mid 2000s, and, things just kind of change and the way we connect kind of changed, and I kind of didn't really keep up with it and I didn't really understand it. And I think, as I've started to meet more people and I bring up, that's kind of why I started to talk about Kasim and that connection there is like, all of a sudden, when you find people that are interested in the same thing as you or who have learned from the same places, you realize that like, even though we're global now, we're still a lot more community driven than we think. And so I don't know, I'm exploring that. And I think that's really cool. And I think it's helping to lessen some of the anxiety around wanting to show up and wanting to be public with some of these things. I don't think everything needs to be public. I mean, I'm not gonna, share the intimate details of my personal life, but showing up to share in community with something that I enjoy doing, whether it's here with sneakers, with a sneaker community, with a car racing community. I think in general, like, people are just, we're all cool. We're all cool. We all just like kind of want the same thing, to enjoy and to connect. So, I don't know, by me rambling and talking, maybe you feel the same way. Maybe it's a little inspiring to you. Maybe it makes you not feel alone. Because I know I have felt a lot alone, over the years, kind of not allowing myself to connect. So I guess that's kind of the point of this channel, is just like wanting to be able to connect with what I'm making, but also connect with anybody who's interested in making things themselves. Yeah. I did the toe box. I have to remember what I painted so I don't keep going over the same thing. Oi. I think this is another reason why you should tape your the sole of your shoe, because you can see, like, I'm getting paint here on it just from grabbing it. And even if you are very steady with your hands and with your paintbrush, I still think it's a good idea to have that precaution and tape that up. And I really like the stitching on the back on this heel. I really like that. Something about this like stitch detail across the heel that I'm really digging. And I think on this Nike logo on the back, the embroidered, I'm definitely gonna make those pop with color. And I don't know, maybe I will do one shoe with the green and one shoe with the purple. I think that might be kind of cool. There's this Spanish company, design company. Oh shoot. The same thing as my wallet. What is it? Let's see. Yeah, it's Viva Lola. Anywho, I really like it. And my friend has a pair of shoes from them, and on the back, same thing. Like on the back, there's like Bima is on one and Lola's on the other. I just think it's like a really cool design. Just thinking about doing those in two different colors reminded me of that. Yeah, different places to kind of, gain inspiration from when you see stuff out and about. You see good design. I don't know. I'm always kind of like making mental notes. I also, in my like phone, I'll snap a lot of photos or save photos, just kind of like as like an inspiration file. Whether you do that on like your phone in a file, if you do that like on Pinterest or something like that. I don't know. I love inspiration boards or idea boards, whatever it might be. I just think I don't know. It's always good to bank all those ideas, right? And I'm forgetful, so I don't well, it's not that I'm forgetful, it's that most of the, like, my brain is just so packed with information all the time that I just don't let it slow down enough sometimes to remember stuff. So it's nice to have place to kind of keep all those ideas. I have much better ventilation today as well. I mean, I'm not working with any acetone, and this paint is water-based, so it doesn't have like any toxic fumes or anything like that. So, but I do have much better ventilation happening today. Highly would suggest that. That was not smart last time. Do not work with heavy chemicals if you do not have proper equipment. And understand what it is you're working with if you're going to be working with it a lot or even not a lot. It's always good to understand materials. Don't fall in the paint. I can't remember if I did the toe box here, but I don't think I did. Okay, so coat 3 is on. It goes a lot faster when everything's prepared and you're just painting. So I'm gonna get out the heat gun again and So what I just did there is I made sure my brush didn't have too much water on it after kind of just patting it dry, because as I was drying, I noticed there was just a little bit of, there was a little bit too much paint in this part of the swoosh, so I didn't want that to be sitting in there. So I just used like the dry brush to take that out, to kind of dry brush it out and kind of redistribute that paint. I'm just going to I'm just taking a look. Now that I have 3 coats on, I just want to see, are there any spots that I feel like I need more? How well has it covered the different parts? And what I can tell is that the leather that is, the leather that's here is really kind of, you can kind of see it still has that really nice leather feel. So like in this section on like the toe box, on the tabs here, and even this section, all the leather's feeling really good, but where I have a little bit of concern is on the heel. Basically, like anywhere that the leather is really stretched, I'm definitely feeling kind of like some under rough spots that I'm also seeing the light catch it, that it feels, yeah. It just feels a little bit uneven, especially here. So I might give the heel a hit, but I also don't want to add too much black. Oh, decisions. I guess this is part of working on the fly, right? Like you just never know, because as soon as I start to lay on the stencils, I'm not going to want to go back in with black, because then I'm going to have to do like detail work, and it's just going to increase the amount of time. So I think what I'm going to do is in some spots, I might just add a really light 4th coat and see if that just kind of helps before I move on with starting to add the stencils. So I guess right now, because I didn't really know the kind of leather that I was working with, we're about 4 hours in to this custom paint job. So it kind of just gives an idea of like how long it's taking. You know, putting on those 2 coats and just kind of talking, that was what, about 45 minutes. So, you know, and I think that's too, that was also something I was thinking earlier as I was talking just about like communities and meeting people. But I think also too, like referencing and kind of going back to the thought of like, I often don't feel like, oh, I'm not good enough, or, you know, I don't get scared about putting my stuff out there and like showing what it is that I'm working on, because I think especially like today, you know, like you don't see the behind the scenes. I know like, oh, behind the scenes are really cool and it gives you a look behind the curtain and all this stuff, which, you know, it's amazing to see how somebody goes about making stuff. You know, it's similar to watching all of the, like on a movie, like all the behind the scenes, like you want to know. I remember when Lord of the Rings came out, oh my gosh, I think I watched the appendices more than the movies, because it's fascinating. It's super fascinating of like what is going on. But like today, like there's so many artists, there's so many creatives, there's so many people doing so many amazing things, but we often see like the cut version of those, right? Like I watch sneaker videos of people custom making sneakers, and okay, I see the raw product. I see a very seamless kind of, hey, this is how you do it, but it's definitely very cut. It's very edited. Like you don't see everything. You don't necessarily know how long it takes. And so I think as somebody who makes stuff, like it gives me a false sense of like how easy something is, because, you know, anybody who's at that level, like I watch some of the custom, paint jobs. Like there's one guy in particular, what is his YouTube, or what is his Instagram? He's custom. He's so inspiring to both my husband and I. Stomping Ground Customs, right? And so like his work is amazing. I love his work and his style. But you know, he makes it look so easy. But the reality is, it's like, yo, it's probably way harder than we think. And so like I get that false sense of, oh, I'm not good enough. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing, because I don't really get to see the whole process. And so I don't know, I find that that's kind of intriguing to me about working live. It might feel boring. I'm not used to like working and talking. I'm used to just working and jamming out to music. But I think it's kind of cool. I don't know. I feel inspired to kind of share the whole process. I don't know, and maybe that helps you kind of realize like, oh, nobody really has it figured out. We all just kind of make as we go along. Like, yeah, sure, you can understand materials, but you know, sometimes you're just kind of figuring it out on the fly. Or you have to adjust your plan midstream because mid process because it's not quite working the way you wanted, whatever it is. I mean, come on, life is like that, like, I don't know. I always have to remind myself, perfection is a made-up concept. It doesn't actually exist in real life. So it just was a heel that I was concerned about. And I feel as though that just last little coat really helped. I'm going to put a little bit more on this section because this was also purple. I'm finding that whatever was purple is kind of what I'm seeing that I'm not, but this side of this feels pretty good. Okay, so I'm feeling really good about the paint so far. I'm gonna go ahead and dry it with the dryer, and then if everything looks good, I will actually clean everything up because then it's gonna be time to lay down the stencils, and I won't be using paints for a while, so I don't want my brush to be dirty. I don't want stuff to dry out. So I will do a bit of cleanup, and then I will move on to the stenciling portion of the shoe. Okay, so that is, that's pretty, I think that's a pretty good base. I'm pretty happy with that. So I'm actually gonna take just a quick couple minutes, maybe a 5-minute break to get everything cleaned up. I'm gonna wash my brush and well, I guess I could actually wash my brush, but I remember I mentioned this is my absolute favorite brush cleaner, absolute favorite brush cleaner. And how I do it is, my brush is already pretty dry. Yeah, this is kind of some dirty water, but I just need a little bit to be able to get that on, and then I'll go to the rinse it out and everything like that. So I'm just gonna take a quick break, and then I will be back to start working on the stencils. So I'll be back in about 5. All right, I'm back. Brush is clean. Paint palette is clean. I use this same brush for a lot of the different colors, so I really wanted to make sure it's clean and get all the black out of it. So I really don't like paint hanging out on stuff for too long. So, okay, so we're moving on to stencils. Okay, so as you can see, the HKS design, and then let me put the shoe design. So I think positioning the stencils. So so what I have is, as I mentioned, so I have something to look at. I have just a printout of a car with the livery on it, as well as the livery itself. So I just, as I'm working, I have something directly to reference. And what I like about having it on a car is that, in these kind of images, is, you know, similar to the original prototype that I did, you know, the design is going to bend across things, right? It's going to bend and move. So just having like a three-dimensional looking figure to reference, I find is helpful. Right now I have my previous, like my prototype shoe that I can reference. But if you don't have something like that, at least for me, like if I'm trying to take a flat image, right? If I'm just trying to take the HKS flat image and I'm trying to put it onto the shoe in a flat, like two-dimensional, but I'm working with a three-dimensional item, couldn't find that word, then visually I have a hard time picturing it, even though I'm a very visual person. So having some sort of a design that shows that, it just helps me. So I'm gonna have that going. And then, so I'm just gonna set that over here on the side so I can see it and reference it. It's on the screen so that way you can reference it. And then I also wanna show kind of, so what I'm working, so when I first did the stencil, I just, like, in PowerPoint, because PowerPoint was easy in this case, took the logos and I made them the right size, and I figured out what was the right size, and then I just had some like these plastic file folders, because I didn't have a stencil at the time. So the original shoe, what I did is I took this printed piece of paper and I used, I just cut a sheet of the same plastic file folder. I traced it, and then I used an X-Acto to cut it out. So then I have like this, you know, this template to be able to use. And then that's what I kind of used to position it on the shoe, and then kind of get like the outline and then hand paint it in, which is why it took forever. But there's a way to do it if you don't necessarily have a way to print stickers or something like that. So it is possible. I actually think probably 40 hours is an underestimate. I might have actually spent more like 60 hours on that first pair of shoes. But that is how I did it. I did have access to an an airbrush, but it didn't work very well. It actually kind of created a spray. So I found that it actually was more efficient to just do it all by hand, even though it took a long time. But that is how I originally did the stencils on the first shoe. I wanted to share that because, you know, I don't always have access to like all the gear that I need, and sometimes you just have to improvise. So this time around, though, I had the ability, like I mentioned, to print some stencils. So I've already printed some, and what I did is I used the Cricut. I think that's how you say it. I want to say Circuit, but I think it's Cricut. And I used that to print some stencils. So that's what I'm going to use on the shoe this time. And then I think for the second shoe, I will actually print them live on live stream, because these are already printed. I'm just gonna get going. But this was probably, I don't know, maybe an hour or so worth of work to like get everything printed. So to keep things straight, I ended up color coding these. So there's a couple things going on because I realized that as I was printing, there's only one direction of these stencils. And because I'm now using a stencil that has a sticky back that's going to stick on, there's only one outline and one silhouette that I can use, where when I was using one of these, like on the shoe, like I could go this way, I could flip it this way, I could, I could change the silhouette and make it directional. But on the sticker stencil, I can't do that. So I ended up using that big brain I have. Look at that big brain on you. So I color coded it. So the green stencil is in one direction. And then the blue stencil is the same size, but in the other direction. So they're basically like a mirror opposite of each other so that I can work with that. And yeah, so there you go. That's why there's two different colors. And I did that so that way visually I'm not getting myself confused as I'm working. So this is my first time making my own stencils and transferring them. So it might be a disaster. I don't know. But let's get started and let's see how it goes. And if it is a disaster, well, I will just figure it out and adjust. I honestly sometimes don't know when I get started on something. Then I'm going to flip this over because I have to cut anything. So I have a good new X-Acto knife, and I say new because sharp blades are always really good. They're very cheap. Always use sharp blades. I can't tell you how many times I've struggled because I haven't put in a new blade, and then I'm like, oh, why don't I just put in a new blade? It's super fast. It makes it work so much better. But yeah, tip time. Always have brand new, fresh blades. And I also forgot, I have just a small metal ruler because sometimes I want a straight edge to be able to cut along. So in this instance, I'm going to be using the outline of let's see. Okay, I'll just give a little bit more space. So I'm using the outline of the stencil that I'm making. So I just want to create enough of a box around it to and I also have a Sharpie because, I want to kind of just measure between these to know how much distance I have, just so that way, as I kind of cut a box, I'm not getting too close to the other stencil, and I don't waste and ruin a stencil. So. Okay. Okay. So a couple more things that I have supply-wise. I just got out some really good scissors because I think that having some good scissors so I can give myself like I just don't want all this excess going on. That's kind of what I'm thinking right now. Like I need enough of a barrier that I'm not going to paint over it. I mean, granted, I'm not going to be sloppy with my painting. And then so I want kind of like a diagonal, right? And I think this part of the shoe is like a good diagonal. I don't really want, I think having the stencils kind of go in the same lineup as this kind of line is good, because this line and this line, they're very similar, right? So, and I don't want, if we use this, right? Like I want to line up with these lines. Like I don't want to be this way or too vertical. So that's actually kind of nice. And I did the same thing on this one where I this one got a little too vertical, but I tried to use the line of the stitching and of the shoe, again, of this section here to give me the angle and kind of that diagonal that I wanted. So I think picking a reference on the shoe to use as your guide is probably pretty good. So, yeah. Okay. So then this is one that I have. I used some transfer paper. It's not actual transfer paper. It's like semi-transfer paper. It's more of like contact paper because that's what I could find at the store. I couldn't find actual contact paper. Okay, so this is my first time doing this. This definitely shows me that the contact paper is not really going to work for what I want to do, this transfer paper, because it's going to be really hard to come off. So I'm going to have to be careful with these stencils. So I think what I'm going to do, so I'm not dealing with this huge, is I'm going to kind of transfer it on, I think, as I do it this way. I think this will be a good way. Again, I figure it out as I go. I have not done this before, so we're doing it for the first time. Okay, and then I'm coming up across this seam. So I want to give this seam a really clean, seam here. So that's why I have some toothpicks. So I can kind of use this to press against that leather, right? And give me like that really kind of clean seam happening. And then I have the rest of the stencil intact if I need to use that. The same thing here, I'm going to use the toothpick, give me that clean line where the leather folds. Well, not where the leather folds, but on like the edge of that leather. As then I lay the rest of this down, and then see that kind of, it buckled a little bit. Okay. What I'm thinking right now is just, I want to put on multiple stencils, or yeah, I think I want to get multiple stencils on so I can just paint in one shot rather than trying to do one and then the other. You know what I mean? Like, I think I'm just going to stencil a good chunk of like the whole shoe with maybe at least this one direction, paint it, remove it, then stencil it with the other. So let's see. That is what my brain is thinking right now. That's what I was thinking. That was going on upstairs. If this works though, I'm gonna be so happy. Gonna be so happy. It's always nice when you're making something and you're like, oh, I wonder if this would work. And then it works. I guess you could also, another way that you could do this if you, let's say, didn't have the plastic, is you could probably use like a thicker masking tape or painter's tape or something like that. And you could, for example, lay that tape out on a cutting surface like this, make some sort of a stencil or something like that, right? Like, so you could make then a stencil and then outline this on that piece of tape and then hand cut that out. So in essence, I mean, it's going to take you longer, but that could be a way if you don't have, that probably is how I would do it round two if I didn't have the printer that allows me to print. I think that is definitely how I would do it. I'm not using my X-Acto, so I'm going to cover it up. Otherwise, I will end up stabbing myself or poking myself by accident, not on purpose, and that would hurt. Okay, so this one I'm actually going to cut in half because on the heel, I think I want part of it here, so it's coming off, so it's just the tail, and then on this part I want the just the head. So this is super not great. I just used my nail to make that line. There you go. So yeah, so this way, it is monsoon season where I'm living, and it is crazy raining out right now, which is good because it was going through a drought earlier. So to the point where we had our water shut off 2 days a week. That was really fun. So I'm leaving it on the backing because I want the spacing to be right. You know what I mean? So I gotta put it in my lap. Sorry, I'm totally off camera. But sometimes you just need a lap. Okay, I just needed a lap because I needed an additional bulky part to be able to hold and stabilize. So this toothpick method is working out pretty well. And again, I'm really only concerned about this outline part, right? Like that's all I'm concerned about is this negative space. And so I even could come in here. I think I don't need such a big border. In fact, I think, well, I'm gonna leave it because that could be giving me the stability to actually get these stencils down in a way that will make it so like the paint isn't going underneath, right? Because I want the stencil to be really flat because otherwise, like as I paint over it, like what you don't want is you don't want there, for example, that I use. So if this book is the surface of of the shoe, right? What you don't want is you don't want this kind of a gap. So see that? You want the stencil to lay really flat, because if there's any kind of a gap, as you paint over the top of it, paint can get underneath that, and now you have a non-clean line and you're gonna have to do a lot of touch up. So I'm trying to avoid that. And then I guess, like, because I'm only concerned about the outline, if I have to, in some senses, cut the stencil so that it kind of folds a little bit better, I can do that as well, right? So that actually helped quite a bit. Any place on the outside that it's buckling, if I want that to stick down, if I just go ahead and I cut that, it actually allows the outside of the stencil to lay a little bit more flat. So that's kind of a good technique. So yeah. Sometimes I have a shorty and I can't always see. I kind of wish like desks could go up and down, or like if they could be shorter. I feel like that would be very helpful from time to time. I'm a pretty slow and methodical worker when it comes to making. I kind of always have been. I think I just have very high expectations of craftsmanship, and slow and methodical works for me. So this one I'm going to go the opposite direction. And this one I'm just, because I cut it on that diagonal and I use my thumb to give myself that line. Then this line should line up with the sole of the sneaker. Okay. Don't stick together. All right, I'm gonna have to use my lap again. My apologies, but I only have two hands and I need something to hold this with. I'm using my hand right now just to kind of line up, see if my lines are there. So it doesn't look like it on camera, but they are going in the same direction. But it looks a little deceiving because of the green. But when I'm seeing it here, they're going in the same direction. It looks okay. Because definitely here they're going in the same direction. It just is always kind of tricky when you start to like rotate around the heel. So yeah. Oh, dang it. I started on the inside, right? Like the inside of the shoe, lining it up with that. And now that I rotate here, the angle is going this way, which means on the outside of the shoe. Oy, 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 oy. I'm not going to be lining up with this panel. Which now that I think about it, I started on the outside of this one. And then yeah, like the inside isn't there. But you know, it actually looks kind of cool. So whatever, I'm just going to go with it. I mean, what am I going to do, right? Like, yeah. So I kind of carry this over. You know what? I think I'm just gonna, this is gonna be hard to like line it up, so I don't want it to like get all jacked up on the toe. So I'm actually gonna start from here and then work around this way. So So I'm gonna get this one on the toe because I also have the opposite ones that I do want to put some opposites happening. I think if I do this one here and then like a big opposite, but let me get a full-blown one on. I'm running into an issue where it's not an issue, but just wrapping it around the getting it around that guy. That toe flap. Oof, cut that down. Sorry, that wasn't really on camera the whole time. All right, I will try to position a little bit better. Again, I'm not able to, I don't have a setup with the top down, so yeah. But it looks like I have a successful loading of the stencil, laying down of the stencil. I'm not so concerned with this area over here because, again, I'm not going to be painting that section, but it's also kind of causing it to peel funny, so, to fold funny. So I'm just gonna take some of that off. Yeah, the angle on that is looking pretty good. Not bad, not bad. I'm really excited to be using stencils. Oh, it's so fun. It's so fun. I just get so much joy when I make stuff with my hands. I always have, like, making stuff with my hands just, it really just does bring me a lot of happiness, a lot of joy. So, I think I'm only going to be able to lay down so many with stencils because, like, for example, if I want to layer them, then I really can't do that without pulling them up. So, and I know, like, on the design itself, there's like a lot of overlap, right? Of like the designs overlapping. So I think I'm going to have to be, right? Like there's decent overlap. And then on the prototypes that I did, like the overlapping that's happening, I think that's going to be hard with the stencils. So, like, especially if I want two green ones really close to each other like this, to layer them, I think I'm going to have to do a few multiple layers. But at least now I can see what the angle's doing. So I can so I can see kind of what the angle is doing a little bit better now that this is on the toe. Well, that was super clean. Hey! That felt good. That was a clean one. I wonder if I can use this little bit somewhere. Yeah, I like using them extra bits. Okay. You know, this is the fear that I had. It's still not. I mean, I want a little bit more dynamic going on, so I'm just gonna have to. And the same thing happened on these, but it felt like it was okay, where, okay, this is here, and then this just kind of, it's not gonna go this way. I think I'm just gonna kind of angle it a little bit more than, like, yeah, I'm just gonna have to, rather than going, because it feels like the lines are going a little bit more straight up and down, but I kind of want it. Okay, let's do this. So I won't be actually painting the Nike swoosh. I'm going to leave that black because I did that same thing on the prototypes, and I really kind of like how that looked. But I think what makes it really stand out is when you have like little bits of the design that, you know, you don't just do like the solid parts there. It's a little complicated, but I think I've shared, like, I think that really, it makes a big difference. You know, I think these little types of details make a huge difference in the execution, and it's just making it feel a little extra. That's still a word, or am I old? My niece keeps me, that's such an old thing to say. My niece keeps me like in the know. I need to stop. I am not one of those people. I was actually just talking with my husband about this as our parents are aging. Like, are we gonna be just as stubborn when we're old? I think our conclusion is, yeah, the older you get, like, the more just kind of set in your ways you get. And I'm not even at the halfway point yet. I'm getting close to the halfway point, but I'm not quite there yet. Not that I'm calling my parents old. I love my parents. I absolutely adore and love my parents. Yeah. I think, yeah, just as we get older, we just kind of... Hey, I'm just going to stop already. Stretch break. Ooh, stretching. Table jiggle break. Excuse me. I kind of like wearing masks. I don't know about you, but I do like wearing masks. I like to just be able to talk to myself and yawn out in public and make faces and people can't see me. And it's not considered rude. I'm gonna try this on the toe box by removing the whole thing and see how... I'm just gonna see if this is a more effective way to do it. I'm not sure, but I am gonna hold it in my lap, so sorry, I'm gonna be off camera for just a second, but I'm gonna wrap the toe box here. Okay, so that worked pretty well. And then I have this extra piece as I cut stuff off. But I'm gonna see if I can use this for another section over here. Yeah, I think that works well. It's a little, I just have to remind myself to connect this line since I kind of cut the stencil in a weird way. But what I could probably do just to help myself out, so I have a bit of a guide. Aha. Yeah. Just, stick this on so then I'm not tempted to go over. All that matters is the negative space on this, right? All that matters is what's showing black, because what's showing black is going to be painted. So as long as that looks good, I am good to go. Okay. So, okay, this is going to be a little tricky, but I don't really like how vertical this one is. I'm going to redo this one because I'm not liking the vertical. I'm not liking how vertical this one is. It just isn't, it's not working with everything else. So yeah, this is also good because it's also telling me how, again, I haven't used this particular vinyl before to see how sticky it is, but it does look like it removes pretty well. But I am going to need to be conscientious of the heat gun on it and how long it's on the leather. I did have that issue before when I was, doing some of the prototypes where I would leave it on for too long. Or I would let the heat gun get too close, and then it made the residue a little bit difficult, and I had to do some cleanup work. So I think that's something good. So again, that's kind of why I want to add these stencils and then get the green on. So I will keep working until the green is painted because I don't really want to leave the green on, the green stencils on overnight. I would prefer not to. I would like to start kind of after having removed everything. So, okay, shoot. Was it this way or was it this way? I think it was, well, either way, I'm gonna go opposite of this guy. So this is a little bit better of an angle, so yeah. Oh, I like that. Oh yeah, I like that a lot better. That is much better. That is much, much better. Yeah, and then I too could absolutely like use this essentially or can I use it anywhere? That is the question. Oh, I could do that. Does that work? Yeah, because this is going to cover over. So I definitely could just do this and then connect it. So what I'm thinking here is because like this is going to be here, I'll just manually like by hand, I will, I'll connect this line underneath. So it just looks like it kind of disappears. Yeah. So, you know, I think do I want just one more of this? No, I think over here I'm going to end up using these opposite ones. So maybe I should have been doing this all along. Oh, again, figuring it out as I go. Yeah, these are the same size. I wasn't sure at first if these are the same size. Because I think this one coming here is good. So maybe this opposite one. Yeah. I think that's going to be good. And then I think I'll be ready to paint because I want to put one here. But I want it to over I think I can do it. Right? Like I want this like this. I kind of want like a big block of no, I need to wait on that. That's too complicated to try to do with stencils. All right, my brain was thinking there, and I didn't really let you in on the process. So I just was trying to see, like, if I were to layer these, would that work? And I concluded no. So I'm just gonna so I am having a, there we go. So disconnect that. There we go. Okay. So I am stenciled up. And I might end up adding one or two more of the big ones after I get the green on, but I am stenciled up and ready for some green paint. So I'm gonna do some cleanup work here, clean up my space, and then I'll get painting again. Hey! You know how excited I am? Like, this is going so much faster. Like, obviously, like, I'm super excited. That is why I am doing a happy dance, because it's gonna go faster. Oh, anybody that knows me understands kind of the goofiness. Also, I have a little trash bag going. So I like to keep my space really clean as I work, because nothing is worse than like working and you're like, wait, where is that thing? And it's kind of like when you come home, if you don't have a designated spot for your wallet, for your keys, for your shoes, they somehow disappear in your house and you can never find them when you're leaving. Same thing with the workspace. Keep it clean. That's at least my best practice. And what's cool is I have these now as stencils, so I now have the negative space to use as the positive if, let's say, I need to mask over something or I want to cover something because I'm putting purple on it or whatever it might be. So I think these will come in handy. Or I just have some really cool HKS stickers. Okay. I'm going to leave my toothpicks because they have been quite valuable in regards to, I'm going to paint. What do we think? Yeah, I think I can paint just on the black on black. You think that's good? I think so. As I think dealing with more color, it's easier to see. So I'm going to go black on black. Great. I will be right back. I'm going to go fill up my water. I will be will be right back. Okay, I'm back, and I got my rinse water filled up this time. So the larger stencil, I'm going to do green. So that is just the Angelus South Beach. So I don't actually add any additional color or change color. As it comes out of the bottle is the color that I use. So that's what I'm gonna do there. But I was recently watching a tutorial that was talking about going from a dark surface to a lighter surface. So in this case, I'm going from black and I'm going to this lighter kind of turquoise greenish color. So a good best practice would be potentially to have my first layer have more white in it, because then I'm going to end up using less pigment. And also because I only have one of these and I've already used it to do one shoe. Granted the paint goes pretty far, but so my first time around, I'm going to do white with green in it, and then I'll just go straight to the green. And that really is to give it's kind of like when you paint on a canvas. A lot of times you want to do like a wash, or if you ever watch painters, like they'll put down a base coat as a layer on top of it, just because it'll get you closer to where you want to go. So that's what I'm going to be doing from a painting color perspective. If you see me using white and you're like, but there's no white on the design, well, that's why. And then in terms of my brush, I was using this larger 1.5 inch to do the majority of the shoe with black. I think this is going to be too large for this work though, so I'm going to pick a different brush to use. So I used this last time and I forgot to cap it, so I'm going to cap it. Because when they're very detailed brushes, One other thing I like about this paint cleaner is you also can use it to condition your brushes. And so what a lot of times I'll do is I just put like a little bit on, and then I refine up the point, so then it keeps it nice and refined, like the point of my brush, like, you know, like all the bristles together, so it doesn't have that it doesn't have that gap, right? So I think for ooh, it's a good one. Okay, so I'm probably now going to use also an angle brush. This is a number 4. So I'm gonna probably rotate between this one, and then I'm probably also going to use this number 2 filbert. I think will also be a good brush for this. So those are gonna be the 2 brushes that I'm gonna use as I work on the stencils. I don't think you need that many brushes if you're gonna be working. Angelus actually has a really great like brush starter kit. I just wasn't available when I was ordering from them. So I ended up getting brushes from my local craft supply store. Yeah. So. Okay, so again, I'm going to start with a little bit of white and the green instead of just straight up green. So. And maybe I did not shake this very well. And I'm gonna be a little bit more generous, just because I don't want to have to remix, and I don't really want to run out of paint. But I think that's probably going to be good to get this coat on. Sometimes if I need to be more exact, I'll use an eyedropper, but in this case, I'm not. Like, for example, when I go to do the purple, I have to add white to it, and I want like a consistency to it. So I'll use like an eyedropper so that way I can be more controlled with how much of another color I'm mixing in. But in this case, I just want a little bit more white in with it, so that way, you know, it gives me a better base. And then this also has a little nail polish kind of guy. So yeah, so I think that's probably good for my first coat. And then I don't like to mix with my brushes, and I don't have a mixing palette, so I'm just going to use the back of one of these toothpicks. Yes, I think this just gives a little bit of the white, which will help cover up the black. So you saw the proportion of the white to the green. Yeah. Okay. I could just leave that, but I'm gonna clean off a Q-tip or my toothpick, and I'll just leave it in my tray. Okay. I'm gonna start with an easier one that doesn't have so many seams. Let's do this. Let's see how fast this goes. Yeah. That stenciling wasn't too bad. I feel like, you know, I think definitely goes faster with some stencils. So I'm just gonna go with the filbert, and I never want to paint. I always want to kind of like start on the outside and work in, because you don't want to brush underneath. Like, I don't want to go this direction, because then I'm brushing like this is like I'm brushing underneath the stencil. You kind of want to go parallel with the stencil, or brush away. Like, I don't want to brush into that corner. I want to brush away from that corner, and pull the paint from the tip in, not from in to the tip of, like, for example, this design, because then, like I said, I run the risk of getting paint underneath the stencil, and that is not something I want, because that then completely defeats the purpose of a super clean line with the stencil and saving yourself time. Otherwise, I'm going back and having to hand paint in very tediously, like that line. And that's what I had to do the first time around, and that's why it took like 60 something hours for the pair of shoes. And then I mentioned I'm not going to be painting the swoosh, so I also don't want to paint the edge of the swoosh. I want that edge to be clean, so I'm going to come here, and again, I line it up. If you can see, I line it up and then pull away from that seam, which gives me that really clean line. And if you have a lot of paint on your brush and you don't want it to escape up, plop it down somewhere else or blot it off. I'm going to use my toothpick to make sure that corner here really is stuck down, so I have the least amount of cleanup possible. Yeah. It looks kind of, it's gonna look uneven like the first coat you do. It always does. Always. But that is why we do thin multiple coats. Okay, I think that's a little bit more on camera. Oh, hey, Austin. Current Colors has Joker vibes. Yes, it does have a Joker vibe. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, super Joker vibe. Kind of be a cool shoe design. Ooh. Maybe we collaborate and we do some Batman themed shoes. Hey, that would be really fun. I could be down with that. You design it, I'll make it, babe. And yes, that is my husband. He's super supportive. He likes watching me. He's very fascinated by me working, so he's actually really excited to be having me streaming this, because otherwise he'd be sitting in the room with me watching me work, which, I mean, I don't mind the company, but it's kind of fun. I think it's just so sweet that he likes to watch, and he's super interested in how I go about this, because he is not a craft person whatsoever. And as he put it, I don't know, how did you put it? It would look like a 3-year-old made these shoes if you tried it. But I guess that's what's cool about a partnership. You know, we all have our different skills. He's very good at some things that I am not good at all, so it's always nice to find a partner who has a different skill set and balances you out, right? Same with friends. It's always good to have friends with different skill sets. So I can tell I'm gonna have to do some touch-up work on this, but I think I'm so excited about these stencils. Yes, he designs, I execute. Perfect match. Perfect match. And I mentioned this on the last live stream. My husband actually has a YouTube channel. Austin has a YouTube channel. A PM Explains. I will add links to the end of the live stream. And also here, I'll make a note of the time so I can timestamp it for you all on the replay. But yeah, he has a couple videos. One that is about sneakers. It is about the sneaker app. And I guess a PM explains why the Nike sneaker app is treating you like beep. There you go. there's my plug. Now I'm super proud. I'm super proud. And like I said, I learned a lot about him in watching that. Like I had no idea he was such a sneakerhead until maybe a year or so ago. And then especially in quarantine with like him not being able to get the sneakers he wants. And then he made this video and I was like, I didn't realize that you were such a sneakerhead. Similar to my story at the beginning of the stream of like 7 years. And I then find out he's a car encyclopedia and I had no idea. I will put the link at the end of this video. So that looks really patchy, but it kind of is supposed to. Like it just does. So, okay, don't go on to, I almost made that mistake. I almost painted on the swoosh. And then similar to when I was doing the black, on these type of things, I like to hit the edge pretty decent with a decent amount of paint, because in this instance, like I really want this edge to not show any black, right? So I typically want it to have the black and kind of have that very leather feel. But in this instance, when the color is passing over it, I really want that color to really pop on this seam big time. And then let me get my trusted tool here. Yeah, so, and if I have to go in and do some touch-up work on, I almost did it again, dang it. If I have to go in and do some touch-up work, I'm more than happy to do that in these really kind of intricate areas. I know that that's definitely something that will probably have to happen. You know, and because I'm right-handed, I'm just realizing I'm starting to rest my hand here. So I think in the future, I need to work in this direction, not in this direction, because I've now caught myself trying to put my hand on top of this many times, because a lot of times, like I will use my pinky to stabilize myself, right? Like, so I'm using, many times I will use my pinky to stabilize. So I have a very, steady motion for like the detail work. Yeah, I definitely want to get that edge. That's really important. Yep, it's kind of like rock climbing. I use my mouth to hold tools. I put things in my lap, kind of like rock climbing. Sometimes you just gotta sit on the side of a mountain and take a rest. That was an odd reference if you don't know me. I used to rock climb a lot. And sometimes you'll be climbing a wall and you'll get really tired and your arms and legs are tired and there's a really big outcropping or maybe there's a ledge and you just sit down for a little while. That was that reference. People that know me well understand that sometimes I have a very misplaced reference or sense of humor. Yeah, and it then becomes awkward in social situations. I mean, I think either way, these HKSs do take a decent amount of time because it is a pretty intricate design. Even with, I mean, the stencils are definitely speeding this up, but even with the stencils, it's, I can tell it's taking time. I can tell it's going to take a decent amount of time. Okay, I think I'm going to figure out this section under the flap because I think it would be cool that when you lift it, it looks the same. But I don't want to freehand that as I just was starting to do. Don't do that. I think this is gonna look good. I'm very excited. Oh yeah, this definitely helps make it go much faster. Especially on these like flat bits. Yo, man. Yo, yo, yo. This is so much faster. Don't touch that section. Don't make that mistake again. These sneakers have a really nice rolled kind of lip on the toe box. I'm really digging that. Well, if when I peel all this off, it doesn't look good. Oh, won't that be something? Won't that be something? Holding it like a football. Good thing that back design was dry, otherwise I would have a new design on my shirt. I definitely have clothes that I work in because it's not beyond me to forget that I'm doing something and or cover myself in paint, whatever else it is that I'm doing. Same thing like when I'm working with clients on a photo shoot. I always just wear whatever jeans because I'm like sitting on the ground, kneeling on the ground. Sometimes I lay on the ground. Work clothes. Much better than my days of wearing suits, I have to say. Loved the people I worked with. Loved my clients. Do not miss pantsuits. Or being treated like just a widget that's easily replaceable. That corner's gonna have some cleanup, I can tell. I'm also dealing with a bit of stitching, so once it dries, I'm probably gonna cut that a bit. I try to remember to do cleanup work on the stitching and stuff like that, but I guess I missed it. I don't know if the detail under here, because nobody's going to see it, but I see it. And if I ever take it off and show people the shoes, and, you know, I like these small details. I think it adds something. It adds a surprise, even if it's just for you. All right, I'm going to hit that with a little bit of the heat gun, because I want to be able to fold that back down and not have it get on the lining. Okay, focus. I don't want to paint on the swoosh. Don't want to paint on the swoosh. Focus, focus. Think, think, think. Use that brain. Probably getting paint in my hair. Okay, I avoided the swoosh. So there's this tiny little detail right here, and it's those details that matter, right? So right here, there's just like a little bit of the triangle, but that's gonna make, that completes it, right? Like you gotta have that there. You gotta have that there, otherwise it's not complete. Yo, I'm gonna have 3 more stencils before we do code 2 and then code 3. Yeah, this is going much faster. I just looking at the clock. I was like, okay, definitely going faster. Loving it. I mean, shoot, dude. At this rate, I will be done with this shoe by the end of the week. So I will be streaming 3 days a week. And just trying to finish projects live, you know? I don't plan to work on these shoes outside of the stream, so I can actually, you know, see how long it takes, also show the whole process. Oopses and yikes and successes and everything, you know? Watch the whole thing. So, not watch the whole thing, but, you know, record the whole thing. You don't have to watch the whole thing. Be great. Hang out. Maybe make some stuff yourself. I also have this number 2, so I might end up using this one because I have yet to use this one. Generally, I don't know what brush I'm going to use until I'm actually using it. That is not part of it. We are onto the heel. Whoop, whoop. Wow, I don't know why I just made that noise, other than for just sheer excitement. Oh, lovely. Lovely. I mean, I guess it's the bottom of the shoe, but still. Some quick water. And okay. Where was I? I was here. There's a lot of stitching on the heel, so I'm just gonna dry brush it a little bit because I feel like it needs it. Last stencil before we go into coat 2. I'm so excited right now. Oh man. Okay, so that is part of the swoosh. Because this shoe's a little bit different, and so the swoosh comes all the way back here. Oh, so that means that's part of the swoosh too. No! Well, that's just gonna get some touch-up paint. That will get some black touch-up paint. I'm glad I caught that before I started painting that. Yee. So I caught it soon enough where I was able to just use a little bit of water. But if that wasn't possible, I would have to go back in, probably hit it with a little bit of acetone to remove that. But it's also so light that I probably could have just painted some black paint because black will cover over so much. also haven't taped the fabric, so I just need to be really careful around the this ankle part because I haven't taped the like I said, the fabric. So I don't want to get that green. I want that to stay 100% black. Okay. Round one is done. Round one is done. All right. Yeah. Okay. Oh. I'm just gonna hit it with the heat gun. Okay. Yeah, that was way too much paint, as you can see. A little too much paint. A little too much paint. That's okay though. I'm gonna go through with this smaller filbert and just see if there's like any little corners and stuff that I didn't hit that I really want to get this lighter color in before I start with the next coat of the full green, because I think this is sufficient. Because if I do another coat of this, then I'm gonna have to do even more coats of the full strength green. Otherwise it's like you can see how streaky it is, right? So your first coat is always kind of streaky. So I want to use as little coats as possible while also having like a clean what's the word I'm looking for? no more than 4 thin coats, but you don't want like all the brush marks. I want to cover up the brush marks. Oh my God. So, yep, just getting this in the tray with the little dropper. I can always add more. Okay, let's do this. Where did I originally start? I think I originally started over here. So I'm just gonna start because it's had the most time to dry. Oh yeah, that. Yeah, you can see how putting that white coat really, I think, helped. Because if I didn't do that, this would not be nearly as strong, and it would be competing with the black quite severely. Instead, apologies. Getting close to dinner time, and so not wanting to disturb me, the husband was texting me what that looked like, so my apologies on that. And the reason why I hit those edges so hard at the beginning is because then it gives you like this barrier of paint, so that way you can kind of, I don't want to say go faster, but like you don't have that bleed over into when you're kind of adding this next coat. Like there's already that line to follow, and the paint just goes on a lot smoother in that area. So that is another reason why I definitely add some extra attention. And then I'm going to use my small filbert here because I definitely have some stitching that, you know what, actually I'm going to do that after with a very fine brush at the very end. I don't want to put too much paint on, so change my mind. Yeah, but I think by really doing that first coat and being generous on the seams and on the edges, it really helps make the process for the second coat just a lot smoother. Kind of like in the zone, so I'm just not telling that many stories. I just kind of how I work. You know, sometimes you just you don't want to talk. I don't know. I'm feeling really good about this. I am very hopeful for these stencils. Okay, I'm going to use the already dirty toothpick, and I'm going to, because I got a little extra paint in the sneaker holes, in the toe box holes. So I want to clear that out. Because I don't want all that paint to dry in there. I don't think that would look good. Yeah. This is feeling just so much easier than the last time I made these. Ooh, I'm gonna go out and do a photo shoot with myself. Once these are done, that'll be cool. flat to lay down, so I'm gonna hit it with the paint gun. If I move this up here, is that better? I don't know. Nah, I don't like all the white. It's good there. Yeah, we got the shoe design. Sometimes I think I need glasses. It's been a while since I've gone to see an eye doctor, but I feel like I squint a lot when I watch myself on camera. Maybe it's time. I keep checking my finger because I use my, like I said, I use my pinky to stabilize myself, and I want to make sure I don't have paint on it. That would be no good. That might end up being cleanup work. That stencil was kind of raised there. I don't know if paint got underneath it. I love this color. South Beach. I love this color. It's a very happy color. At least for me, it's a happy color. Might not be a happy color for everybody. So I didn't realize I didn't do this in the past, but I do want this edge to creep over. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that now because I do want this green edge to be pretty defined. Okay. I need a little more paint. Yeah, but this paint goes a really long way, so you know, it's not too much of an upfront investment. It's not too bad. I guess what it might get you is if you're trying to do a design with a lot of different colors. So much selection. They got some really cool colors at Angelus. stencils until coat 2 is done. Let me just stick some of this down because as it pulls up, I again want to be very conscientious of paint not going underneath the stencil. Otherwise, what is the point to using a stencil? This is where I forgot that is the swoosh, so I don't have to paint up in that direction. In fact, I'm going to have to do this section after I take it off with some black touch-up because I didn't realize that was a swoosh and I painted over it, and that's not what I wanted. That little bit is not part of the swoosh. There's this. Hey, one last stencil, y'all. So we're ready for coat 3. Woohoo! I did it again. I did the woot again. Oh man. Okay, where was I? There it was. I got paint on the upside of the swoosh. All right, well, that's going to be some touch-up work. Okay. Okay. All right. Coat 2 is done. Hopefully a third coat will be enough. Well, I guess if I go this way. That's better. I don't have to sit so quirked. Up. I never really like to keep the heat gun too close to the shoe because I worry about it heating up the decals or something, I don't know. You don't want it super close. So I've got like a good, I don't know, 6 inches or so. But it's away from the actual shoe as it's heating. But I definitely want the coats to be fully dry before I add a second one because I want even coverage. Shoe's kind of looking a little funky with all the stencils because of the, it's painted over. So it just looks like all these blotches right now, but it's kind of cool. I think I only have like one that's the blue that's like the reverse. I got a little green happy. Okay, let's go. This is the side I started on, so keep going with the same stencil to start with. Working out well. The coats are pretty thin, so I might end up having to do a 4th coat, but we'll see. There is a lot of stitching going on this side. I know it's not that bad. I thought I was gonna have to cut it off. So I can definitely tell that some sections are probably going to require a fourth coat, but I think it's going to be a pretty light, easy fourth coat. So I don't think not going to add a ton of extra steps or anything like that. Oh man, I keep hitting that swoosh. And again, I want this flap to come down, so I'm gonna hit it with the heat gun. Okay, I did a blow technique on that instead of a toothpick technique. I'm going to use the toothpick to just clean up the holes just a little bit because I don't want that paint sitting in there and pooling in there. I don't want that look. Okay, new battery. I am so sorry about that. I guess sometimes that just happens. And yeah. So there we go. Yeah, okay. Well, I guess, can I get this done before this next battery dies? I also find that like once you have a couple coats on, it also goes faster just because it's like, it's almost like the paint has memory. You know what I mean? Like it's, well, if you don't know what I mean, but yeah, like the paint has memory, it feels like sometimes where, it kind of like knows, oh, don't go in that groove, go in this groove or whatever. Cause you've already like laid those first couple layers. I do find that it really does go much faster. Okay. All right, let's see if I can do it this time without hitting the swoosh. All right. Ooh, I'm excited to do the reveal at the very end. Like the satisfying part of peeling off the decals. Super satisfying. Okay, two more. Focus. I feel like I paint with nail polish with that applicator. Ah, Oh man, what'd I just do? No. No. Fuck. Excuse me. Well, I guess this one is gonna go green on this backside. You know, I was thinking about playing around with the different Nike. One green, maybe one purple. This one might be going green because somehow I just got paint all over it. What happens when you speed up? You know, I get excited and then I make mistakes. I'll be right back. Q-tips. Q-tips. They are mistakes' best friends, just like with makeup. Q-tips are a great little tool. Thing. My brush has too much paint on it. And so with the too much paint being on it, too much is dropping. Too much paint is dropping and it's now like bled over and I've made a few mistakes. So, yeah. Note to self, sometimes just clear off your brush. Okay, that is the recoat. On a few little oopses. 3 coats and a few oopses. Let's hit it with a heat gun. And then let's see if there's any sections that maybe need a 4th. I don't think there's a ton, but there might be just like a few areas. I still see a little bit of dark showing through, and I want to make sure to put a little bit more pigment and a little bit more paint. But overall, like, I'm pretty happy with the coverage and everything. So I mean, I definitely think there's going to be some touch-up work. Okay. I'll let that cool for a second and then I will take a look. But from what I'm seeing, I definitely think I'm gonna need a fourth coat on a good chunk of it, but I don't think that'll take that long. And then I'll clean up and do the reveal. So that'll be kind of fun. Yeah, I think I'm noticing like where the leather is a little bit more taut. So you can kind of see like where the leather's a little bit more taut, that still showing. So you can kind of see in this area here that that it needs another coat. But let's say like same thing on the toe box. I can tell it needs a little bit more. Same thing here up on the toe here. But like in some areas that has, I don't know, a different kind of leather, I'm not seeing, like in this section, I'm not seeing the need for it. But we'll go ahead and give a fourth coat just to make sure, because the last thing I want is for like the black to be showing through. Yeah. Okay. I feel like I keep hitting the mic. Oh yeah, that fourth coat really makes a difference. You can see you don't really see any dark coming through. Yeah, so the new coat is here, and then this is the old coat, and you can kind of see the difference. So I think, yeah, the fourth coat is where it's at, and that's it. Just 4 coats. I really like playing Animal Crossing. I don't like to call myself a gamer, but I play Animal Crossing as like a way to relax. And I bring that up because my abs are a little sore right now because we got the ring fit. Dude, that thing is awesome. It makes exercising so much fun. I'm not really one that likes to do videos. I much rather like go outside, go for a hike, go for a walk. I much prefer to get my exercise that way and just like moving that way, but it was really fun. I highly, if you have a Switch and you are looking for something fun to do to be physically active when you don't want to go outside, or maybe it's too hot or too cold, like the weather's not great, I think the ring fit is, and it's within your budget, I think that the ring fit is pretty pretty amazing. It's pretty great. I'm pretty sold in just like one day of using it. But I will check back and let you know how I'm feeling a couple days from now after I've used it a few more times. All right, I want this flap to close without getting paint on it, so I'm just gonna hit that real quick. Okay. Yeah, this fourth coat is looking good. I think that was the right call. The last thing I want to do is not have enough coats on and take the stencil off and be like, well, now I gotta go do everything detail by hand. That's the last thing that I wanted. So I guess as I'm finishing up, I don't know, what can I share about myself? Yeah, so I kind of have always really just been fascinated by making stuff in tools. Like, my dad's a really handy guy. He's definitely like the handyman. He was an old woodshop teacher, drafter, photography teacher back in the 70s and early 80s. And while he was still in the classroom, and yeah, I don't know, like he always let me, what I really appreciate is he always let me just be his little assistant. So I have very early memories of him letting me help. I can't really remember like the earliest, but I have very fond memories of like, even when I was little, if I wanted to help and just hold the screwdriver and him be like, okay, hand me the screwdriver. He was really good about letting me help out with that. I remember, you know, he decided he wanted to like inlay some tiles on the kitchen table he had made. And so he had to use a router to route it out. And I was the vacuum, the shop vacuum person, right? So I would stand there like holding the shop vac to, you know, make it so all the wood chips weren't getting in his way and everything. But I think I just learned so much by watching him. You know, I think that's how we learn a lot of different things, is we watch by observation. But you know, he also would teach me about the different tools. And so I've always been really into tools. Like, I love tools, and I just have really fun memories of that. And I think that's kind of, you know, and he always was very encouraging of me doing the arts. You know, I wasn't really into sports as a kid that I remember. And I think it was cool that my parents were pretty okay with like, all right, if you're not into art, like, what are you into? Because I did a lot of theater. I did music. I did music. I played an instrument. I sang in choirs. I did actual musicals, all those different types of things. And I really enjoyed it. And I'm glad that my parents just really kind of let me execute. You know, just let me play with that and let me execute, and didn't kind of force me into sports, you know? I mean, I liked individual sports, just I wasn't a fan of team sports. You know, to this day, I don't really enjoy watching sports. I mean, I enjoy hanging out with friends and, you know, enjoying the company and that kind of stuff. I will say though, I do enjoy football, not American football, but the rest of the world football, as America calls it, soccer. I feel those are times that I really enjoy. My husband's a huge soccer fan. I feel like I talk about him a lot. Yeah, like, I don't know. There's something very communal about going to a soccer match when like the whole stadium is just, you know, having a great time. I remember when we were in Glasgow a couple years ago, and we went to watch the Celtics. So is it the Celtics? I think it's the Celtics. That is their team. I should Google that really quick. I should really Google that because I don't want to misspeak. Let's go. Football teams. Yes, Celtic. Thank you. I was not wrong. It's Celtic. I should hope so. I crocheted us new stockings to go with the team colors. But Yeah, that was a really cool game because, like, the ticket prices were still really accessible. So, like, you saw whole families there, like multiple generations, and it was a cool vibe. Like, with I don't know, I just remember standing up in the stands and like jumping up and down and chanting, and it was really cool. I don't know. I guess I'm down. I enjoy sports for that, but I think sport analogies are cool. Like, I might not enjoying it, but I actually do really enjoy the discipline that is required from athletes. And I think just so many different things with sports, like so many different sport analogies can really transfer into life lessons. So I guess in that sense, I do enjoy sports. Look, I didn't check that one up. Woohoo! But yeah, I've just always really liked making stuff, and I just have fond memories of like collecting whatever materials and making stuff. And then, yeah, like I said, my dad, he really encouraged me to just pursue the arts and stuff. And so by the time I got to high school, my electives, I started taking ceramics classes. And, he just really encouraged me, like, hey, you like working with your hands, you think very three-dimensional, I think you would enjoy this. And then that just kind of took off, and I ended up studying ceramics and metals in college. So I do have a fine art degree with an emphasis in ceramics. And I did do a lot of metal work as well, specifically silver work, and some smithing and things like that. And my senior art show that I decided to do was both ceramic sculptures that had mixed media, as well as a line of artful, not quite wearable jewelry. They were more art pieces than wearable, but I guess you technically could wear them. I did design them to be worn. Yeah, and I don't know, just all of this requires tools, and I just really like it. So that's kind of a little bit of background on me and kind of what my background in making stuff is. I mean, it's not like it qualifies me to do anything. I just study and I like being creative, and I'm thankful that there have been people in my life that have supported that part of me and have always embraced it. And if anything, the people around me sometimes have supported me and encouraged me more than I encourage myself. I think I am definitely my harshest critic. And I think in my experience, like, I'm definitely my harshest critic. And I don't know, you might be as well. And knowing that somebody else deals with that, maybe it makes your own self-criticism a little bit easier. Because I know it does for me, when I know that, other people they have a very high bar for themselves, or they don't think, that they need to do better. I don't know. It's just very inspiring, I guess, to go back to like an athlete, some of the top athletes in the world, like the advice that they give of like, yo, you got to push yourself as hard as you can. And, be your own advocate, but like, you have to push yourself. And yet for myself, like, because I'm my own worst critic, I'm like the one that stands in the way of that. I don't know. So yeah, I'm just really thankful for the people in my life who I've always supported. I really appreciate that. So if you have a creative in your life, I definitely say, like, make sure you support them. If you're a creative yourself, no matter what it is, I don't care what you like making, like, don't be so hard on yourself. We need to be kinder. We need to be kinder to ourselves when it comes to, the fact that, hey, we love doing this. We really enjoy it. So embrace that and be happy with that and see what you can do with it. Even if it's just for yourself. These shoes are for me. I don't plan on selling them. I'm not opposed. If anybody wants a commission, that'd be super fun to collaborate and make something. But these are just for me. Like, it has nothing to do with my photography. It has nothing to do with anything other than the fact that I am purely enjoying this. I'm getting a lot of joy from it. I can't wait to wear these and rock them. And, it's pretty exciting. And yes, a fourth coat was the right decision. push it up to high heat, just so there's a little bit more oomph. Okay. All right, I'm just gonna do a little bit of cleanup, so that way I have a clean space without brushes and water and stuff like that as I start to peel. It'll also give a little bit more time to that. So I'm gonna clean up, and I will be back in 5 to just wrap it up and kind of do that reveal. Okay. It is the moment of truth. So, I'm gonna lay this out so I got something to stick everything to. I got my X-Acto, and yeah, let's let's do this. I'm a little nervous. This is always like the most exciting, but kind of nerve-wracking part of like, oh no, did I mess up, right? But yeah, so, let's do this. Let's wrap it up, y'all. Okay. So yeah, I think we're about 7 hours into this pair of shoes to give me an idea of how long it really takes. So looking good. Okay, so there's definitely a little bit of bleed.